Check, 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 check. All right. So, hey everyone, Lazy Ben. Oh, brand new week now. First things first. Let's... Hang on, shut this door. It's a bit windy today. I've got a window open and it's... I'm going to slam the door shut. I'll be back in a minute, 1 second. Alright. Very windy today. Going to end up slamming the doors. Sure they're shut. Okay. We need to finish these hopefully today, and then I'm going to draw a line under combat. Just want to upload Friday's stream to YouTube. Give me a second to do that. So that was day 53 on Friday. Okay, good. All right. Let's make some new notes for this week. So we're going to transfer these two over to a new week. So the week is week 17. 23rd to the 27th of June. And we're going to make a new checklist. So the goals for this week are get XP off enemy when they die. Well, we've kind of nearly done that. Get loot off enemy when they die. We've also kind of nearly done that. So what I also want to do this week is work a little bit on performance. Before we go back onto the game and start implementing a brand new system, I want to work a little bit on the game, like basically the game event system and condition system and other similar systems. I want to make sure that they never dynamically allocate memory, because although they don't happen very often, game events compared to other operations, fewer frame, they're only tiny little things, and if they're dynamically allocating memory, I'm just worried a little bit about memory fragmentation. So I want to work on reducing or eliminating. Remember how to type. I can't even type. Eliminating. You know, it's Monday when you can't type. Work on eliminating dynamic allocations in game events, etc. So I want to spend some time doing that. And then I want to speed up pathfinding. I want to do those two things. Because right now the pathfinding can stall the game sometimes. And then I also want to work on an entity or an NPC instance system. I want to work on that. Which means, well, if I want multiple instances of a single NPC, I need to put that into the game and engine. Anyway, so let's just get the latest copy of the build. And rebuild it. And I've put a little note here on Friday. This is right at the point where we want to give loot to the player here. So let's just do a build and sort my keyboard out 1 second. There we go. Do a build and we'll just get right here and stop the code. And we'll see what we want to do. I think for now, I might just replicate the behavior of the chest. And just open basically like a chest UI. I'm not necessarily sure if you do want a UI for collecting loot when you've killed an enemy, or you want to automatically just receive it unless your inventory's full, in which case it'll have to go on the ground or something. But I'm not really sure what we want to do in that situation, so for now I'm just going to do a UI. Alright. So let's just let this build. Nearly there now. I had to do a full rebuild, I think, because over the weekend I put some more stuff into the support library, which everything else in the game includes. I put in this max element size for a tuple, which is the beginnings of actually what I want to work on after this, which is reducing dynamic memory allocation. I started it over the weekend with this. This is going to get fleshed out into probably something a little bit more useful, but that's for after we've done this. Alright, so let's run. So yeah, I'm just going to replicate the chest UI, so we'll just duplicate it for now. See, that little stall in the game there is the pathfinding system. Okay, so we've just killed that enemy. This is the loot bag. So another thing that I noticed actually is this might be a bug where it only puts 12 slots in, even though the max slot count is 128. So I think the first thing we'll do is look at that and see if it's a bug or not. So generate, so it empties the bag, which empties the slots. So there it is. So it's, yeah, so the minimum of 12 and maximum slot count. So this is assuming that max slot count is less than 12 here. Could be greater than 12. So I think we just need max slot count there, to be honest. It was just putting 12 back in, even though we wanted 128. Okay, so the loot bag has 128 slots in it now. So we've got an apple seed and an apple spark. So we basically need to look at the chest game event. So it's called Broadcast Chest. Okay. And it's a chest type, custom chest ID, trigger ID. So this is specifically when it's tied to a trigger. So we need to work out how we need to put something in the game that can, like in dynamically, that can broadcast something similar to this broadcast chest. We have a system for that called world item. Which has a game region in it. We could use the world item. This tends to be for things in the world that looks like it can be damaged. So we have another thing called the planting controller. Zubida1. Hey, how's it going? Learning programming, starting with Python. Now we should start with something a little like C. What's your opinion? I don't think it really matters if when you're starting. If you want to learn C, just learn it. If you're feeling the pull of a lower level language, just go for it, yeah. If you're really enjoying Python, stick with that. You can take what you've learned from Python over to C, that would be fine. A lot of the things that you learn about programming are kind of language independent, so you can actually, you'll find that you'll pick up C quicker because you've spent some time learning Python, probably. So it would be beneficial. It will be of benefit to you to have had some experience in any language. If you want to do games and game engines, go for C, I would say. But yeah, if you've got any more questions, no problem. You know, we could just put a little region in the combat controller. Maybe. Where would we do it? So we're in the attribute controller here. This is when we've died. Or when we've killed something in combat. But it's linked to the attribute controller because of this stuff. These people only really talk about C and C++, but never use C# unless it's Unity. C# I know is used to build a lot of applications on Windows, like business applications, like till systems, or general, like any application really that you might want that's going to, you know, be an application on Windows. So it's used a lot in that space as well. But if you're thinking about game engines and games, C is very good to learn, or C++. Yeah, C# is closer to C than Python is, but it's still not C. Yeah, it's still quite a lot different to C. The benefits you'll get from learning C is you'll really learn how a computer works. There's no kind of hiding in C. There's no such thing as an array, like I suppose a list in Python, you know, list object. That type of stuff just doesn't exist in C. So you need to learn how to make your own, which is why it's good, because it teaches you all that stuff. Database connection, API front end. The problem is to build the front end, I still need to learn JavaScript, TypeScript. Oh no, it's fine, don't have to worry about interrupting. Enjoy talking about coding. A huge project in mind requires a database connection, an API front end, so it's going to run on the web if you're thinking about JavaScript. So I'd say C is really good for systems level programs, such as game engines, anything you want to squeeze performance. You got performance restrictions like memory or CPU speeds, things like that. If you're thinking about building stuff over the web, you might be better off. I don't have much experience in web. You might be better off using some server-side scripting stuff, especially if you're interacting with databases. I know that C# has all that database stuff in as well and can run on the web and all that. C can of course do all that, but it's a lot more work. So the stuff I've done for web have been, like JavaScript front end, CSS stuff, back end PHP, MySQL, PHP for the code for the server side scripting, MySQL for the database stuff. That's all I've ever used. So that's the limit of my experience, really. But it's been fine. We've been able to build all sorts, online shops, booking systems, all sorts using that. You know, you would pick up C, you would learn C if you were interested in building something like PHP. Do you know what I mean? Rather than building the stuff you would use PHP for. You know, rather than building stuff with PHP, you would learn C if you wanted to write PHP, the PHP language itself. Because PHP is written in C, but then people use PHP to write stuff for the web. So it's like C would be a step down in terms of how close you were to the hardware or whatever. C is like lower level. C is like, so if you wanted to make C#, you would use something like C, like the language itself, I mean, and the interpreter and everything. Or if you wanted to make a game engine or a game. But if you wanted to make GUI applications quickly and efficiently, just use C#, I would say. And also, it depends what you'd like to learn. If you're not bothered about learning about, you know, the real low-level intricacies, then stick with a different language. Thanks for the follow as well. Much appreciated. You know, another analogy, because I said Unity. Obviously, you use C# in Unity to program the scripts, but Unity itself would be written in C and C++. It's not written in C#. At least not the core stuff. Yeah, no problem, no problem. All right, so I'm just trying to work out whether I want to use these world items. So the ground controller. So world items have kind of been the thing that I've been using to interact with things in the outside world that aren't just triggers. So you can place them in the world. They're kind of been hijacked a little bit, so you can give them HP and get experience from them. You could add items to them. You can just give them an ID. So you can contain sprites as well. It might just be cleaner to make a new type of thing to hold loot. But you can all do this thing like transfer items into world base item. which might be useful in the future if we ever wanted to throw the bag into the world rather than just open a UI so the player can pick the items out of it. I might just go super simple. Well, how would it be on a world item? You get game state dot create world item. And that would be like loot bag get ID. Sprite category. There's no sprite category really. And then the region that we want the loot item to be in. Which would essentially be the region of the animation controller bounds, really. To be the dest AC. That's the attribute controller. So we could do get game state. Get NPC location. Yeah, so we might have to get the attribute control, the animation controller. For e.dest entity ID. That's the animation controller of the thing that's died, and it's got something in called get world bounds. And that would be the region we want to have the hitbox on to open the loot bag. We have this thing called category as well, which it doesn't make sense in this sense. So that's the bounds, and we need to also, so we also need to do auto lock equals get game state for NPC location. Or get game, get entity location, e.dest entity ID. So this is game region. So game region, you can make one with a location and a bounds. So that's lock bounds, right? And that'll just create a world item there. The thing is, how does that then get broadcast? The world item is always been a bit rubbish. Using a world item would be nice because it automatically gets included in a save file. Final create world item. Inventory item type. Oh, it's a different thing, that. So it's create world item, right? What I might need to do is just find in the code, because there is somewhere in the code where we detect that we're on top of a world item. So let's go and find out where that is. So world item is an item in the world, which obviously the player can go over to and interact with. So let's just go. The only place I know that it happens is in the planting room. If we just go over to there. It's here. And then we plant something. Pumpkin seed. Nope, need to actually destroy the ground there. Okay. Make a quick save there. So that's a pumpkin. So we cannot, we detect it's there because we're saying pumpkin. Can't seem to pick it though. Okay. Entity interaction, we've got something there. Harvest ground item. We've got entity, send an entity interaction event. Here we go. Items 446. So I'm presuming that's the cosmic sludge and the pumpkin seed and the cosmic sludge are those two items. So we send an entity interaction event. E.entity ID. E.type is ground item. So this is this consume press. It's not firing, I don't think. Oh, it is. So it pushes a harvest ground item event on, which for some reason is failing. Has each property harvestable? So it doesn't have, as plantable, decayable. Plantable in and decayable. Doesn't have a harvestable. So that's why it's failing. It's not valid. Tilled ground soft. Where does this interaction ID come from? The world item ID. The interaction ID is this ID, so it's the ground item. So this is the pumpkin, the second ground item. So it's a pumpkin. $363. Whoops. It might be this consume press. So the entity interaction ID is 466. So if we put this here again, we get actually another one called 363, which we're ignoring because of the consume press. So this actually needs to be sure actually. Consume press means for the rest of the frame the button was not been pressed. So we'll like get the button press and then for the rest of the frame it's not been pressed. And we need that in case we're in combat or not. So I think we just want to do is pressed, button is pressed there. Are we going to be harvesting at ground items out of combat? Probably not. And if we ever get to that state, we'll deal with it then. quick load back to here. There we go. So we got the pumpkin out there. Okay, so really all we're interested in is this entity interaction. So this gets sent through the ground items. So this means we need to make a ground item out of the world item. Okay, so this needs to be loot bag. Entity interaction type, loot bag. And then we're going to say if the type is harvest ground item, we do that. Else if e.type is equal to entity interaction type loot bag. Put a breakpoint there, because that's where we're going to start. That's where we can. That's where we can transfer the loot, or we can actually open the. That's where we could open the loot bag AI there. What I want to know is where we actually pop up the entity interaction message. So we'll just quick load there. All right. So it doesn't appear to be there. It could be draw a world item. Draw labeling world. It's in draw world item, but in the ground controller. I think all this kind of needs reworking, to be honest. This is not that great code. So maybe we just forget about it and we start building a new system. Quite old code, really. Building a new system would take a bit more time. Could build a new system. I mean, I think that would be nicer. Okay, We'll do it. We'll just do it. Screw it. We'll just do it. What would we call this then? Probably like the world placement controller. Or world item controller makes more sense, really. Even though we've already got a world item in the game. So we'll make something called a world item controller. And this is going to be responsible for placing things into the world that could, in theory, be interactable with. All right, let's see if that builds then. Right, good. And there is only going to be one of them in the whole game. So world item controller, get world item controller. Static world item controller. G world item controller. Okay. And we're going to have different types of world items. So this is where this system is going to be better than the other one. We're just going to be able to add new types of world item. Right? So, we'll just put the loot first. So we're going to have struct world item loot bag. It's going to have an ID. That's basically it, right? And then we're going to have struct world item. So we've already got a world item, so this is a problem. We'll just call it world item 2 for now. And then we'll migrate the old world items out into using this system. And then we'll rename it world item. And that's just going to have we'll put some hybrid storage in, right? Data, right? We're going to do using world item types standard tuple. And we'll just stick that in there like that. And then I think we're going to do using world item storage is equal to hybrid storage and then we're going to say tuple max element size. Well, it should be world item types really. Like this. And this is world item storage. Right, let's just check that still builds. Yeah. Like this. And this is just going to have an array of world item 2s in it. Items. Like this. And this is going to be template class item type requires standard type in. No, it's not standard. Type in tuple. The type is the item type. And it has to be in world item types. Like this. World item 2 const item type item, and then we're just going to say storage standard move item, like that. And then we're just going to go size T, well, template class item type. It's the same requires clause here. Size T, add item, const item type item, like that. And that's just going to return items dot in place standard forward. Well, place item like that. Check that still builds. That doesn't build. All right, good. And then in the actual attribute controller, where we do this, okay, yeah, so actually we need some more stuff here. We need the item type, and then we need the const game region, like that. And the world item 2 has a region in it, game region, const game region. And we just move the item, and then we're just going to go region equals region, or region, like that. In place item region. So now we can pass in the region. We can just say, let's include the world item controller. You can just say get world item controller, add item. The item type is going to be a world item loot bag. So world item loot bag. This is going to be loot bag get ID, and then the game region is going to be game region block bounds. Let's check that builds. All right, cool. So now we're just basically able to add an item in. So let's just check. Let's just run through that code once we get rid of all these compile errors. So we need to include game region. Game region, what is it? libbm engine game region. Where's game region? Game location? It's probably in game location. Yeah. And that's actually in the engine. libbm engine game location. And then we also need to include libbm hybrid storage. Put that there like that. Okay. So there's already apparently a get world item controller. It says. Confused about that. Obviously didn't save, or I probably put it to the wrong thing there. There we go. Trying to compile it twice. Okay, nice one. So let's run this code and go and kill this enemy. Breakpoint didn't fire. It's not built. To be fair, actually, it's not quite correct as well. This does need an ID. And then I'm going to do, I have to necessarily give it the ID. We do want to give it the ID this time. And then we actually want to do a compare on the ID. Don't really want to do that one, just that one. Because here, do we have in place unique? We don't have in place unique. So we need to do auto index equals items index of ID. If index is equal to items get count. Should place it, else we do items index equals world item 2 item region, like that. We just want to add, if the index is always there, we just want to splat over it, but keep the new but keep the original ID if the ID is still there even. Because we do want to pass the loot bag ID and make that the world item ID. Just give them the same ID basically. So return index there. Okay, let's just build that because I don't think that built properly there. So what they should do now is it should just add a new world item loot bag into the world, like the world item controller, and it will give it a region. So this is the region in the game, the geometrical region where that world item is. And then we're going to write a tick, and we can just basically say what happens to all these things. What happens to the world item loot bag on a tick. Okay, so let's see if we get that breakpoint fired. We should do this time. I need to put this back on the one-shot kill again, so I'd have to keep killing him. Okay. So we create a world item loot bag. Oh, we've missed it. We've missed it. Do that again. Here we go. So replacing a new one. I'll just do this storage stuff. Just want to check it's not a heap allocation. It is a heap allocation, look. Space is 8. Don't want it to be a heap allocation. World item 2. All right, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Let's just go to combat stats, and then we just say that the hero's attack is really strong. We'll do a one-shot hit, one-shot kill, so we don't have to keep killing them over and over again. Check why this is doing a dynamic memory allocation as well. All right. Item. So size of item. Is 8. So it's coming in as 16 there. Why is it coming in as 16? It's got the wrapper. It's actually allocating the wrapper, and the wrapper has the V table in it, I believe, which is probably 8, which is 8 bytes, isn't it? Yeah, that's why. Okay, different plan. Not quite different plan. The actual is it's that plus size of size T essentially, or size of void pointer. Just to take into account the V table, it generates a V table, this hybrid storage, you see. And we need to store that. So it's not just the max tuple size of this, which is just 8, because it's only a U64 in there, plus the size of the V table. All right, check there's no. So this is what I'm trying to, one of the things on my list of stuff to do is in these situations, don't want any dynamic storage. Don't want any dynamic allocation. So there we go. There's no dynamic allocation anymore. Don't need it. So these regions of it need it because they need to copy the strings over, unfortunately. But that'll be fine. Storage itself doesn't need it. Okay, so that just basically creates a world item. So we need void tick. And then on the game state empty game, we need to empty it. So get world item controller.empty, which isn't a thing yet. We'll make it a thing. Void empty. Remove all of the world items. So that's just as items.empty for now. So when the game ever needs to empty, which happens when the game loads from a save file, or the editor wants to relaunch the game, we'll empty all of them world items out, because obviously the world items need to get stored in a save file. So when we load the game, we have to empty the old ones out and then reload the new ones back in. So we may as well just work on that now, actually. Well, we'll just finish this tick, and then we're just going to go for auto item in items. For each type, so we're just going to go world item types, get world item types. We'll make it a bunch of them at the start of the game. Get world item types. It's just auto X. Well, const auto X. And then we actually also need a concept. World, what do we call this? World item types. The concept is world item type has on tick. Probably want to actually pass in no, we don't need to pass anything, I don't think. We're just going to say that t.onTick like that. So now we can say using t equals standard to kt default type of x if const expr world item type as on tick, and we're just going to go item.onTick like that. Check that builds. Nope. They can't have these constraints here. Maybe you can. Maybe I just did that wrong. Concept shall not have associated constraints. I wonder why. I'll just put that there like that. Type. Maybe I actually just spelled it wrong. Get more familiar with my concepts. Reference must be initialized. Yeah, it can't be a reference. Looks like it was able to compile that though. Okay. Well, that means that constraint failed. If you can't even, must be a way to do that. Oh, I know. It's because we're doing it wrong. It's not that. It's auto data equals item dot storage try and wrap t. That's what we need to do. And it's the data that has to be on tick. Awesome. So what that allows us to do is put an on tick in here. So this is ticking the loop bag. Let's just see if we get here. And this is where we can basically just listen if the playable character is interacting with the loop bag. Let's see if this break point fires anyway. I actually need to tick the world controller. We actually need to tick the item controller first. Game state. Tick. Oops. So it's going to say get world item controller. Tick there. Probably need to include it here as well. Oops. Got fat fingers this morning. It's not building either. So this should just come along here. For each item, it'll just identify what is the storage item. And if it has an on tick, it will call on tick on the storage item. Which is what we want. So all I'm going to do is we need to save the game, which will save. We need to write what happens when we save the game. We need to save these world items and load them back up. And we also need to actually load back up what happens if we have killed the creature. If we've killed the creature and we load the game back up, it'll just respawn, I think, at the moment. The question is, does it respawn with 0 HP? We might not have actually handled that yet in the code. What happens if you load a game with killed enemies in it? Right then, so are we ticking? We're not ticking. So this is failing for some reason. All of these should be true. So oh, it's const look. Okay. That's fine. So this has to be a right hand side, basically. There and there. Now that should hopefully work. And this should also be a right hand side. In fact, probably all of these should be right hand sides. We do standard forward well, let's just see. I think that should be fine. That should be fine. Okay, so see if we get this tick now. We still don't get the tick. It's still const. World item loot bag const. That doesn't actually make a lot of sense. This just must not have built. Let's try that again. Try rebuilding it. Alright, it's building now because we're getting compile errors, which is good. Okay, so this needs standard move, basically. Both of these. That built that time. Yeah, so basically what we're doing here is we're just building a system to put items into the world, put anything into the world. And we define what it is by these structures. So this is going to be a loot bag. But we're going to eventually, currently we can put things into the world using a different system. Using the world item system. That's why it's this world item 2. And it's not a great system. It was written quite a long time ago. So it's kind of a refactor as well. We'll add in the loot bags which weren't in the old system. And then we're going to go back into the old system and add in everything from that was the old system was using into this new system and delete the old system. This just means if I have a new type of thing that I want to put into the world, like a note, could be like a note, you know, you find a note in the world. We could do this, we could just extend this system to do that. All right. Let's see if we get this tick. We do get the tick now. Brilliant. So now we're ticking the world item loot bag. All I'm going to do is get the debug, get the game HUD, and just draw a label in the world. Same world item. I'll say in loot bag even. That would be region. Here's a thing. Yeah, we probably need to pass in the world item 2 as well to it. Because then we can just go like item, region, position, like that. And it'll just draw a label at the position of the item in the world. But we just need to change this now, this prefab. So that can just go straight up item. This concept, we need that. I'll declare that. And this is just world item 2. So I might actually rename this. I might call this data. Ooh. Well, let's just get it building first. This is just temporary code, this game HUD stuff. So I'll put in a temp block. It's position and label. That's kind of the wrong way around, really. So I wonder if we should rename this to data, right? And then rename this to world item storage. And then we rename this to world item data. See if that builds. It's a bit of a better naming. And then this could just be like storage. Because this is obviously an item. Passing an item to an item. Passing a world item to a world item loot bag. Or it could be world item region or something. No, that's fine. We'll leave it like that for now. So this is going to just draw a label in the world when we make it. Let's just say that there is a loot bag there. I wonder if you don't even want to save the loot bags, you know. So if you don't collect the loot bag when you make a save, you've just lost that loot. Maybe that's the quickest way to deal with that now. You have to pick the loot up. Because if you pick the loot up and put it in your inventory and save, it will save your inventory. But if you miss the loot, it's gone. Maybe. That seems harsh. Okay, so it does say loot bag underneath there. Let's take off the combat label stuff. Just put that there like that. It does seem harsh. If you don't collect the loot, so if you kill an enemy, don't collect the loot, save the game. When you reload the game, the loot will be gone currently. Not quite sure really what to do with that. So now it's a loot bag there, you see. So, we'll ignore the saving thing because I'm not sure. Some games probably do get rid of the loot. Some games keep them there. Some games might get rid of the loot eventually. But I'm not really sure what I want to do, so we won't do it yet. What we do need to do is we need to come up with a system now that draws what happens when the player interacts with it, basically. So we'll have an on tick. We'll have void on hover, or on, kind of called it on broadcast in this engine. So basically, a broadcast is like the player is over the top of it, and it just broadcasts that the player is over the top of it to the engine itself, and then the engine can do things with the broadcast. Now we're going to say on hot. Void unfocused. We'll implement these two. So the on hot is when the player is over the top of the item but he's not selected it. On focused is when the selection happens. So we're going to just have loot bag hot, loot bag focused. Might need another one like void on loot bag on, not loot bag. On hot, on focused, on normal. So one or the other are. Or we could just say whether it's hot, whether it's focused, whether it's normal. Okay. Take that back. We can have enum class e world item interaction state normal hot focused. We'll do it through an enum. And then we're going to say if storage.state is equal to normal, we'll just say that. Else if storage state, interaction state is hot, we'll do something. So focus, we'll do something else. So we're going to go loop back hot. And then loop back focused. You can do that here. So obviously it can only be one at a time. So we need to actually probably put in the private function void set items interaction state. So we'll just say set items interaction state like that. And then we're just going to do a bunch of stuff. Like we need to get the smallest one because we only want a smallest one intersecting the playable character's interaction region. So we need to go get game state, get do we have an interaction? Get entity, get game state, get playable character, we'll get player location. It's not quite right really. So we want to get the playable character. I'm going to go if auto MC equals get game state, get movement controller for the playable character. And we've got MC interaction radius, interaction region. So it's this really. Is intersecting with another game region. That's quite a good one. Is intersecting with. Okay, so far. Okay. Look at that. I'm going to say if not MC, return. And then we're going to go for auto item in items. If MC is intersecting with item.region, we're intersecting, right? But what we want to do is we want to store out the smallest. So this is probably going to be for I in items. And then we're going to go standard optional size T candidate like that. I'm going to say if not candidate or candidate or items I dot region dot bounds area. Do we have a less than for bound? Well, I probably don't. Area. Ban this guy. Ban this bot. If there's not a candidate, or this bounds is less than the items candidate region bounds dot area, so it's smaller. Let me just say candidate is equal to I. Don't know about game state. We can include that. Then what we need to do is we need to do items I interaction state equals E world item interaction state normal. Set it to normal to reset it to normal, all of them to normal, and then I'm gonna have to say if candidate items candidate the interaction state is E enter interaction state normal. No, not normal, hot. And then we want to go, well, auto input equals get game state, get roaming input. If input dot consume, we need to include game input as well. Consume press OK. So if the OK button is pressed, else it's hot. So if the OK button is pressed, it's focused. Else it's hot. No such thing as game input. Okay. Do we need that? Because surely game state includes it. I think we do need it, yeah. So it's libbm engine game input. So that should allow us, so basically now when we walk up to the loot bag, it should say that it's hot. And if we click on it, it will go to focused. I mean, it'll only be for one frame. So we probably won't see it really in the actual game itself, but it will happen. And obviously now when we click on it, we need to broadcast. We need to send an event to open the chest. Because it's going to be the same probably as the chest UI. So it says loot bag hot. There we go. Go up to it, loot bag hot. So now we're detecting that we're next to the loot bag. Now we might want to do something if we put the mouse over it as well, but we'll implement that later if we think it would be good. We'll see. Okay, so if it's hot, so now what I want to do if it's focused, we want to actually open the chest menu if it's focused. So open chest, chest ID, chest type. Level 0, level 1, level 2, custom. We might put loot in there. Depends if you actually do want, if you want a separate UI for loot or not. Let's not jump the gun there, put loot, because we might want a separate UI for loot. So this is the get the chest controller. Open chest. So we need to include the chest controller. Well, we might not have to actually. We'll see. The chest ID is the ID. We'll just say it's custom. I just want to know what happens. I think the other ones, if you put level 1, not level 2, level 1, it generates items. So that's not necessarily what we want. I want it to actually use. I wonder if this custom though. I wonder what it will do. We want it to get it to use this ID as the bag, you see. Chest ID, custom chest ID. So if we just do that, we'll pass ID as the ID of the chest and the ID of the custom ID. You know what I mean? Oh, it's custom chest ID. Custom 0. Can't remember what this. Populate chest. So it comes along. If it's already a chest, if it's not a chest, it adds a new chest and it calls populate chest. If it's custom, it goes populate custom chest. And if we don't specify it, it creates an inventory bag for the chest. Ah, right, okay. Okay, we're not going to do this. I'm going to do a specific UI for the loot bag. Right, I'm going to take 2 minutes to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We want to skip the populate, because what the chest controller does is it populates a chest full of items. We already have the items. So we're not going to use the chest controller. We will hijack what it actually does. Open chest menu for a chest ID. If we can hijack what it does. Alright. No, we're just going to go straight up. Open loot menu. Just do this. We'll copy the chest. And we'll just change it. Open loot menu. 64 bag ID. All right. So open chest menu has a bunch of things. So say that, but this is open loot menu. This is open loot menu. And then this is open loot menu. Okay, menu type, loot. And then we want to make a loot menu, which we want to say is exactly, we're just going to like do an exact copy of the chest menu for now. Okay, so let's just take all these and put them up by chest menu. All right, so let's just duplicate this window and then put it over here just for reference. So the chest menus constructor just creates a couple of canvases. So the loot menu constructor is going to do this, and we'll just call it loot. On enter, just top canvas reset current bag ID. Okay, that's weird. That seems like it shouldn't be there. On exit doesn't do anything. On tick, do this. We'll just leave that there. Well, we'll just say take all. And get bounds, just that. So we've literally just duplicated it. There's a bunch of stuff which might not work though. Well, we just don't have a chest ID. So the chest menu, this is now actually the loot menu. And this is the bag ID. Oh, look, the chest ID there is the bag ID. So we probably could have actually used it. But it's fine. Got a separate UI for it now, so we can customize it if we need to. And then we just need to send this event to open a loot menu. So get game events, send G event open loot menu. Bag ID equals ID. Right. Okay, we had a little link error there. What that was. Exchange inventory referenced in where loot menu on tick. Okay, so we need to actually implement what exchange inventory does. Chest menu exchange inventory just does this. We'll just copy and paste it basically. Just get it working. And then we can diverge the loot, because like obviously getting loot, displaying a loot menu is very similar to displaying the chest menu. You want the take all button. But you know, you might want differences eventually. So we'll have them as two separate menus. Okay, that's building. So in theory, we can open this menu now. Press the E key. Nothing happens. Alright. Why is that? Let's check we get here even. No. So do we even get here? Look, it's not built. Doesn't recognize that we need to build this. then we need to handle when the loot menu gets empty. We need to delete this world item. Like when the loot menu, the loot bag is empty, we need to delete this world item, basically. All right. So that's there now, hopefully. Send this event properly. There we go. Apple, spark, and pumpkin. So we do have take all. Oh, look, it's got so many slots that it's like not rendering properly. And it came from the wrong location. It came from the left of the screen. So it's a couple of things that we need to change. Get spawn menu type from center screen. I'll spawn it from the center of the screen. Now then, what we need to do is limit the number of slots it shows. To our inventory bag ID. Let's have a look at this. Filters. Oh, that's different types of filter. Flags. Draw values. So we probably need to set a flag to say occupied only. So we're going to go occupied slots only. Or we limit it to just 12 slots. See how it looks if on the what would it be? The combat stats controller. Loot bag. Generate death awards. We'll say it's got 12 slots. That's probably the best way to deal with that. Rather than 128 slots. I don't think we'll need more than 12 slots of loot. tired this morning. It was a busy weekend. And then, assuming this works, we just need to say what happens. So we'll probably do something like put like a delete on here, like a remove self. There we go. So we've got a cannonball there. So we can just take it all, do that, and there we go. So now this, the bag here has no items in it. So what we're going to do is we're going to have, on the storage, we're going to have void remove self. Let's go on end frame. Yeah, so we'll go auto. No, can't do it on India. We have to do it by ID. This ID equals ID, and then we're just going to pass it along, and then we're just going to go get world item controller items index of this ID. If index, okay, well, let's just yeah. Get items. If index is less than items, get count items dot remove index, like that. So we could just do items dot value remove this ID. Would that work? So I'll just make an entry at the end of the frame. I don't want to do it right here because we might be in the middle of iterating these items. So I don't want to remove one in the middle of iterating it. And then at the end of the frame, we'll just get the item and we'll just remove it by the ID. That should work. And then on the actual on tick on the bag itself, we could just go auto bag equals get game state, get inventory item bag ID. And then we want to go if not bag or bag is empty, Is there any empty? There isn't in his empty. I'm going to do storage dot remove self return. So if there's not a bag, or the bag is empty, we remove it removes itself. Now, don't think there is in his empty on the inventory bag. There's an empty, but there's not on is empty. Empty means remove all the items out of the bag. Is there account items? Get item count is equal to 0. And that will remove the world item. So if the bag becomes empty or there isn't a bag for any reason, it just removes the world item from the world. So we've put a breakpoint there, I suppose. And that's it. We can get loot off the enemy after that. The question whether what we want to do with loading our savings, a different one. You know, if we die, if we kill the thing and we leave the loot bag in the world somewhere, and then we save the game and then we reload the game, do we want that loot bag to be there? Don't know. Probably we might do. The thing is right now is if we reload the game, the enemy will appear. We haven't really come up with a system to instance enemies yet. So it might make sense to do this after we've got the enemy instance system sorted. So if we take it all, there we go, it's going to remove itself. So the thing about this is, what happens if we want to put something back in the bag? I think we need maybe we need to do this on the menu close loot menu. So that would be a resume game event. Thing is, this is just going to empty remove itself, which means the bag won't disappear. But the problem is if we take all the items out of the bag, it will remove itself, and then if we put items back in the bag, we won't be able to reopen it because it won't be a world item anymore. And if we put items back in the bag and we reload the game, them items are gone as well. we do this, and so we put the cannonball back in, the loot bag's gone now. So we've lost that cannonball forever. How do we want to handle that then? We need to know when the menu is basically closed. I don't actually know how, if we can tell what menu has just closed. So we have this resume game. That's the thing that closes the, that's the thing that closes the menu up. So it would make sense in resume game to put the resume reason. Let's just see if we get this on exit. Because we could just fire in a menu close event. So if we shut this menu, we get the on exit for the loot menu. So we could fire an event there. On menu exit. So we have a game menu type, don't we? So we could just say get game events, send game menu, what would it be? G event, game menu on exit. And we can just do game menu type. Like that. And we may as well just do an on enter as well. While we are here. So that would be game event types. Struct G event game menu on enter e game menu type e menu type probably. And then on exit. Where do we put this? We need to forward declare e-game menu type. E-menu type even. Put it straight after resume game. Okay. So in theory, we can start sending those events now. Now the question is, where do we want to listen to this event? We kind of want to listen to it in the controller itself, really. We want to do get game events. Listen event on menu exit, and then we want to actually delete the bag. Delete the items in the bag. Oh no, we wanted to delete the world item if the bag is empty. So we kind of need an initialize in here then. Where we can start listening for this event. G event. On game menu exit. We need to decide what we want to do there. So we need to actually call this game state initialize. So that would be get world item controller.initialize. Okay, so this will register for this event. So hopefully we will get a breakpoint when we close the menu now. All right. This is annoying because it's doing a bunch of stuff where it's not building the changes that I'm making. Without me doing a full rebuild. So we basically now need to send a menu closed event. So we'll just won't build it. It'll be fine. We'll continue. So we do something like struct world item event. equals hybrid storage. Game event types. Windy today here. You can hear it blowing. See if that builds. Nope. Didn't know about game event types. Okay. So we probably don't need that. We do want to just send this. So we want something like put this right at the top. We want like void on game event const world game event data. We'll just call it world game event. Breakpoint there. Well, this would be if auto data equals e dot try and wrap game event g event menu on exit. I can just listen for the exit menu event, but we're in the world item loot bag now, so this is specifically interested in this event. So this just needs to do, we just want like send send game event, really. Send world item event. And const world item event. So this just does send world item event E. I don't need that. We'll just say E. E is fine. So I wonder how we can just listen for any event rather than a specific event. We can do that. I'm sure we can. Can we do that? I think we have to do that through a group. Well, this will just whittle it down anyway. Say, how's it going? Hope you're alright. I'm doing very well. Hope you had a good weekend. I'm just working on loot. Getting loot after combat. Oh, good. I'm glad you're doing well. Yeah, so I've got to the point now where you can kill the enemy in combat and then they generate loot. And then I'm working on going to pick that loot up off the enemy. Right now, it's kind of like a chest. I'm not sure whether I want to get, like, how I want to handle loot, whether the player automatically picks it up, or it's more like a chest. Do you know, like going over to a chest. Right now it's going over to a chest because I've already got chests in the engine, so I was able to just use that. Okay, so this needs to go for each type. Let's see if we can get this building first. We've got a linker error there. So we have game state initialize is not referencing this initialize. Slight problem with the game not wanting to build my files, or the Visual Studio not wanting to build my CPP files. Well, this doesn't even need to be here. This is world item type has on game event. So we're just working a system to send game events to these classes like the loot bag. Because basically, like, the menu opens, and then if you remove all the items from the bag, when the menu is closed, you want to delete the world item, so you can't basically reopen the UI if you've got all the loot off the enemy. But it needs to know about events for that, because it needs to know when the menu's closed. So we're just working on that. So has so this is for each item. we do this. Item on if auto data equals item storage item, try unwrap T data game event E. See if that builds. No. Item cannot be implicitly captured. I'll do that there, like that. Alright, that works. That builds. So we should get this. When we close the menu now, we've got this problem with it cannot find initialize on the world item controller. Let's just straight up try and rebuild this file. Now let's try and build it. Alright, that worked. That worked. Good. So we'll kill the guy. We'll get all the loot. If I can. There we go. So he's got a cannonball. We'll take all that. And then when we close this menu, we should get that event fire. No, we did not. Right, why not? On game menu exits being fired there. But no, the non-menu is being exited. And it's const. Okay. Const is probably not the what we want. Just E like that, I think. Let's see if it still comes in as const though. It might still come in as const. Yeah, it's still coming as const. All right, well. Is const particularly a problem? Which basically means we need to put a const there. Which is probably fine. I'm going to say if data type is equal to the E game menu menu type, loot. So if it's the loot menu that's closed, we fire the breakpoint there. Okay. Menu type is in-game menus. What we're saying is now if the loot menu is closed, then we can scan the bag and see if there's nothing in it. Okay. What's going on here then? That's const, probably. No. So we have a problem here with this. So that is already defined, it says. Value or those T is const, you see. Let's try that. Okay, that seems to like it. See if you can build that. Whoa. So once we empty this item out, this world item out, it's that's the loot done for now. We're not going to save the loot bags. And the last thing that we can check some off list then, and the last thing I kind of want to do on combat is reward experience. And that's it. And then that's this combat done. First combat prototype. Okay, let's see if we get this breakpoint fire then. Alright, so we open it up. Take everything, close. We don't get it fire. Do we even get the event through? We do. That's so E is none. So now we get another one. On menu exit const. Type is loot. Oh. Why do we get that fire then? Take all. So take all doesn't fire that event. Interesting. Doesn't fire the on exit event. That's weird. So if you take all, we don't get that event. Take all, click off the event. So we should do it. We should get it. I wonder if we've still got the code in that removes the... Oh, we've still got the remove self code in. Okay. If not bug, remove self. So what we want to do there is we want to go if not bag or bag is empty, remove self. We were still sending the event, we just weren't receiving it because we removed ourselves. Alright, we don't pass in the storage, we need to do that. Pass through the item itself. Okay. So basically the world item event is just a subset now of all the game events, whatever ones we want to receive about world items. We can listen for them in the individual world item type classes, like this loot bag class. And then I think I'm going to go through the world item system again, might do that this afternoon, and move it all over to this system. It's quite a big system though. Maybe we'll do the last little bit of combat which is adding experience. So now I can take them all. There we go. We remove ourselves, which means hopefully we're no longer getting ticked. So what I want to do, the final test on this getting loot, is putting something back. Something back in the bag should keep the loot bag alive. So if we take all and we put a data card in there, the loot bag's still alive there because the data card's in it. If we move the data card back out again, it disappears. Okay, there we go. That's loot done, or at least the first iteration of it. So we'll take a 2-minute break and then we'll do experience, and then we'll go back on this world item system, transfer the old world item system into this new system. We'll be back in 2 minutes though. So awarding it experience. So if we go back to the attribute controller, there's a thing called generate death awards, and we've got a death award, which is this attribute award. So we want a min-max S32 range, and then the attribute type. So we can award any attribute in theory. So this has to be forward declared to 0. Where are we? So that's attribute type, range, min max, like that. So let's just move these into the source file. See if that builds. So we do award experience in the game for other things. Let's quickly look at the attribute type exp and just do a quick search on that. Let's do a search for attribute type exp. Not attribute. Attribute type. Well, there's just an add exp over time. Okay, do that. So, here's a thing. It's probably because exp is linked to level ups and stuff. So exp is kind of attributes. It's treated a bit different. If auto well, S32 result equals 0. If auto attribute controller equals get game state, get attribute controller stats dot NPC, I think. Stats ID, that's the bag ID. Loot generator. Yeah, no, okay, so it needs to be NPC. Stats.npc. If there's an EXP, we need to do add EXP. Range dot random. So the result is a range dot random, and then we just do add EXP results. Else AC result is range dot random again. Well, we'll just do that here actually. Else AC change, was it modify? Change attribute value. So this is attribute type is equal to that. Attribute type result. I wonder actually if this takes HP into account. Not HP, EXP. So I wonder if on in change attribute value, we could specifically do the add if it's exp there. So we could say if type is equal to exp, like that. If change is greater than 0, because I was presuming this can be negative number, so if you wanted to actually change it down, return. And obviously we don't want to take away XP, I don't think. In which case that can just go like this. Range, well, range dot random. And that returns the new returns what it is. Maybe we want to actually return the reward amount. Rather than what the actual. So, you know, if this was the XP, it would be, we would return how many XP was given rather than the total amount of the XP. Alright, cool. So that should actually award EXP then. That'd be it. It's there. Just that. And that should do the leveling up and stuff as well. Hopefully. So we'll just see if we get awarded XP for killing this thing first. So we gave it 2, by the looks of it, the wrong thing. We gave it to the thing that's being killed. So we need to give it to the playable character. Maybe. So we're going to rename this PC attribute award, playable character attribute award. Or does it need... Let's not do that just yet. Maybe we can get who... We've got the combat. We can get who the attacker is. So it's this. We want the actual this value needs to be the one we want to award the attribute to, which is the attacker. So the combat controller. No, it is the attribute controller, isn't it? Generate. It's the combat stats controller. Generate death awards. So maybe we pass in here, we could pass in the attacker. Which is the source entity. So we could do something like U64 source entity ID. And we could actually save that. Make it standard optional. Whoops. Ah, I'm really calling the same thing. We should call this source. And then we can pass in here e source entity ID. So this is who's done the attacking. Okay, which means we can get it on the stats.source entity ID. If stats.source entity ID so this should give it now to the actual attacker, which is me. Before it was giving the experience to the character that had died. There we go. Got 2 sets of EXP though. Might be because we're leveled up. Got 14 EXP. Try that again. It's sending 2 events because we're going to experience, a level up, and then another experience. $10. How is this even working? Let's just follow this. Okay, so we want to add 13 XP on. So the remaining is 3. Change is 10. So we put 10 on. If there's remaining, so they're gonna level up, AP up, it's 3. Remaining is not. I think that's kind of wrong code, that. So we've got 11. So it took 10 off. It's 1 more to give. So we increase it by 1. Remaining is 0. Maybe we change this. If there's remaining. If there's not remaining. So we only send the 1 event for the full. And then this change can disappear and we can just send the value 1 like that. Maybe that'll screw up actually the... Don't know, we'll see. So we've got 15 more to go. So we want to level up. We've got not to go, so we're going to say we put on 15 EXP there. Don't know what the HUD will do with this. It goes back to, yeah, so that worked, that worked, that worked. Okay, so let's just watch that. So we get the level up before. We get the level up events before the XP events, which is probably wrong. So we're going to go while remaining. And we're just going to count how many level ups we get. Basically. Going to level ups plus plus. So while level ups minus minus, do that. So we should go through and get all, just accumulate our experience and level ups. And then we'll just go through and we will fire as many events, level up events as there are level ups, and AP events as there are level ups. And that should hopefully mean that the EXP comes first. So you get one level up. So we fire a one level up event and one AP event. Hey, how's it going? Eric Tal Dysfunction. Hey, hope you're alright. I'm doing fine, thanks. I'm just working on literally the last little bit of this combat prototype, which is just giving EXP and level up to the hero character. That's it. Then we've got a loot bag. I just worked on loot bags this morning. It's all just prototyping, really. And I think you've come right at the end where that's kind of this prototype of combat finished. Just need to go back to the combat stats. I had the attack damage super high, so I could one shot kill the scorpion creature. But now you can get loot out and get experience from killing creatures. Yeah, if you've got any questions, Eric, no problem. So we can have battles with this guy now. I'm about to die, actually. Combat is quite hard. Don't want it to be as hard as that, really. I've loaded into a completely different area. So what I've got is a world made up of individual rooms, and each room's got like a little prototype of gameplay. I'm just like prototyping out the game, the gameplay part of the game. This one's combat. So if he poisons me, I'm just dead. It's really hard. I need to make a quick save, actually. Let's go back into that combat room. A quick save here. Alright. The way to kill him is to keep going behind him. There we go. So one of the things there was that box appeared because I was like hammering on the E key. The loot bag appeared immediately. Work on that. Like, I'm probably going to say that combat, so we can get cannonball off him. I didn't actually get a little icon saying that we got a cannonball there, though. Let's load that back up again. Yeah, like it immediately opens up the loot thing. I'm not sure if I really want to do that. It's before he's even actually played his death animation. And if we bring Appleseed down and we do that, we don't actually get a little Appleseed pop up there either. Okay, so there's probably a few little bits of tuning up to do actually before we move on. I probably want him to generate the events after he has died rather than before he's died. So where does he... There we go. It's called Generate Death Awards. So this is when the guy is dead. We want to play this code a bit later. So let's just put the combat state back on. Yeah, we'll just so we can draw out the combat state, and then we're going to make him very strong again. I want to see when the combat states gets nulled. Let's set back to none. if that's after the death animation is played. And then that's where we could actually generate the loop. So what I might do in the world item controller here is I might just not put that loop back in. It's getting in the way. The other thing is, I thought we had it so we'd set it back to none rather than leaving it hostile. So it's hostile level 0. Let's wait till it gets hostile level 1. We'll attack him. Okay, so it only goes actually to hostile level none. If he is on hostile level 1. And it also happens before the death animation. Okay, so the animated rig for Spideon, what'd that be? Animated rig types for the Spideon has a death routine, which has only got on enter. So it plays the hit and the death animation. And that comes from some kind of animation override routine. Death routine. G-event death. So we need to know when the death routine is finished playing. Which means the animated rig, or the animation routines, we could have an on leave here. This makes it a little bit more. We would have to basically have a little bit more control over this routine to actually tell the game when it's finished playing. Like we do have a get duration. So here we could like return the death routine duration. And then we could delay. And then we could generate the bags here. This is in the animation controller though. Do we really actually want to generate the loot bags and animation and experience and stuff in the animation controller, I think it would make sense to fire an event after death. Playing hit routine, we could do an is playing stagger routine. Say is playing death routine. So we get a death. Play the animation override routine. We either get the death routine itself to fire the after death event, or we do something like auto duration. Then we go on delay, after delay of duration. We just play the death event. So we send after death. So it's something like get game events. Send G event after death. E.owner ID. Something like that. So if there is no duration set on the death routine, it just immediately sends it. Otherwise, it delays for that duration and then sends it. I think that's the best way to solve this problem. There is no G event after death at the moment, though. We can actually make one. So there's on death and after death. We'll call this on death. And then there's a G event after death. What's the problem here? E was unexpected here. There. And then the attribute controller or something, or the combat controller probably should listen for the after death event. Right. So what that means is this, we need to get duration. And that can just return auto T0 is rig.get animation duration hit. Auto T1 equals rig.get animation duration death. Then we just return T0 plus T1. And then in the attribute controller, no, where is it? The combat. Is it? Where is it? Where do we generate? Hey, all right. Yeah. Yeah, it was good. Did you? Yeah. Okay, so we need to put a little breakpoint here or something to remind us where it is. It's in the attribute controller. This should probably be in the combat controller. We don't necessarily know who's caused our death. We need to know that. Yeah, we need to know that. We need to know who's caused the death. We need to know the source entity ID. Thing is, we maybe do want the experience to appear immediately and the loot bag to not. Complicated. Thinking it would feel better for the experience to immediately, as the enemy is dying, you get the experience, and then once the enemy is dead, the world item is active. Well, here's the thing: we didn't die immediately there. That's not built. Breakpoint's not alive. Yeah, so I'm thinking maybe we do generate them, but we add the item in and we kind of disable it. And hopefully the loot bag death stats ID we have to get the stats ID from the dead entity, And then the stats ID is the loot bag. So we just disable the loot bag for a bit. And then we turn the loot bag on when the animation is played. That might be the easiest way to solve that. Or we make the loot bag's actual region smaller. Yeah, there's a couple of ways. If we make the loot bag region smaller, it would mean you'd still be able to open it as the creature was dying. But it would also mean if players hammering on the E key attacking, it won't just immediately open the menu, which I don't want. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go auto the world item controller. And then we're just going to go WIC add item and then WIC disable item. Just immediately disable it. Or add disabled item. Might be a nicer. So we could have add item. And we could have add disabled item. Now, I think we'll just do void disable item ID. Then we're just going to go if auto item, or maybe we should have a bool whether it was disabled or not. Items.find item ID. Item dot item enabled is false. Could say interaction state actually we could have disabled like that. Interaction state is world item interaction state disabled. So I'm going to say if items I dot interaction state. Well, we might actually have doing is enabled. If items I interaction state is equal to disabled, continue. You need to do that in a bunch of places, really. Is that it? Is that the only place we need to do it? Yeah. So we can disable the item and then bool enable item. Just puts it back to normal. That's just item. That's also item. All right. So the attribute controller now will create an item and then it'll do WIC disable item. It should make it disabled. And then we can just enable it when the after death event fires. So I'm just going to check now if I kill him. Okay, there's no loot bag because it's disabled. So now we need to listen to after combat attack. Not after combat attack. G event after death. It's ID. Okay, so we need to go. If this ID is equal to E, the owner ID, So we are the ones that have died, essentially. There we go. This ID is 5. The owner ID is 5. So yes. We need to get the stats ID. To get the stats. For this ID, or for e.owner ID. And then we need to go get the world item. But we don't have get world item. Get item. Oh, it's just enable item. So it's get world item controller, enable item, stats, ID. And that should enable the loot bag. So now the loot bag shouldn't be enabled. It should enable itself after the animation. The death animation is played. There we go. Check we can enable it. We can. So it should be disabled at the moment. It is. Now it's enabled. Awesome. So let's go to the combat controller. Take that away again. My only concern is there we go, the loot bag appears after it's died. This might be difficult to find in the code. This is on an attack. Really, this needs to be on a death. We need to have a death which does this. So we need to listen for a death event, really. To make this simpler. And then we need to, we don't know who. Again, we don't know who has caused the death. So it's saying if the HP is 0 and we are the playable character, If whoever caused the death is a playable character, then we generate the awards. Probably should do this on death though. It's just we don't know on death who is the causer of the death. We need to probably put that in, you know. Could just probably include that. Just undefine, maybe it's combat death. On death it's called now. You can see who has caused the death. Difficult to say because this is just changing the attribute to 0. Like death, it could be caused not just by combat, you see. It's just when HP gets to 0. So I think we maybe have another one called on combat death and after combat death. Like that. And then this is source entity ID. And dest entity ID. Source being the killer, dest entity ID being who's been killed. This is on combat death and after combat death. So what this would actually do now is it would go like, if dest HP is equal to 0, get game events, send G event on combat death. And then and this compile just like that. So it just sends an on combat death event, and then we're listening for it here, and that's where we generate it. on after combat death. So we just need to send the after combat death now. That's also, so that's when the animation controller sends that. We want to send, and then we want to send I don't know if it's in combat though here. That's the thing, we don't know if it's in combat, it's just died. I think we'll just do an after death. And then we'll remove after combat death until we need it. So we don't actually need, this is e.owner_id now. We don't actually need the source ID. We don't need to know who's killed the player or killed the enemy here. This is cleaner now. So this just sends an on-combat death event, which anyone can listen to. We are listening to it here. This is instance events though. I forget that. If it's the playable character that's caused the death, we're going to get the death stats, and then we're going to generate death awards based on the playable character. Get the loot bag. Add a world item. And disable that world item. That world item is based on that loot bag. And then after the death after the death has happened, all the animations has played. All the animations have played. We come in and we enable that loot bag item, which means that it'll turn on and we can use it. So I think that's it. We immediately got the loot bag. We need to do if e.source entity ID is equal to ID, this ID. So we'll do it on the player. Now we'll say the dest. We'll do it on the. We'll do it on what's died, just to keep it the same as this. Keep it the same as all of these, because this is happening on the thing that's being killed all the time. There we go. So we should get our EXP immediately. And the loot bag appears afterwards. There we go. Sorted. Now I actually think that means combat is finished. Let's try it. This prototype is finished anyway. What I might do is change the cooldown numbers and stuff. How do we do that? Must come through the rig. Get cooldown T for the Stygian rig. Get cooldown T for the hero rig. So we don't actually have a get cooldown T. We do. 0.5 seconds. 0.1 seconds. I mean, we make it cool down a little bit faster because it feels a bit slow to attack. Maybe we just set it to 0. What is it if it's not defined? There's no cooldown. It's just 0 if it's not defined. So let's just move that. Remove that. Feels rubbish because you cannot attack if you are moving. Not make it looking to make it good now though. Something we should just take note of. All right, cool. Hero Pro combat routine. So this is queuing idle after. Let's take this away. And then let's not queue idle. Let's set that to track 1. See what that looks like. Things we have to go through the whole clearing here as well. So we have to do rig.clear animation track 1. Not building. Something going wrong now because often it's not building. I might actually do is put the attack on track 1, the on 0, the rest on track 1, and do that, and then do rig.set animation track alpha. Let's just see what that looks like. Trying to do a run and attack at the same time. Probably have to set the track alpha to be 50%. Only when the attack happens though. Let's try that. So he's trying to attack. You can see him doing his swapping his legs over. If we go to 0, maybe put the attack on track 1. The rest on track 0. Yeah, the next thing to do, I think, would be. We'll want to work on this for a second because I don't really want to spend long time on this, because we can fine tune the animations when we have the real characters in the game. It's just weird that it's. Oh, look, it's not even built there. Let's just try rebuilding that. So I want to play the attack blended in with whatever we're doing here by 50%. Really. Obviously, you need to be able to attack while you're moving. All right. So this is built properly now. So we'll just see what it looks like. We've only spent 10 minutes on this, and I'm going to move on to something else. There we go. That's not too bad. So now can I attack? Yeah, look at that. That's better. So I think if you click take all, do you want to shut the loop bag? No, we won't shut the loop bag yet. Take all could close the loop bag, you see. Should be nice and smooth, but you might want to put stuff in some scenario. I'll see how it feels. It probably will feel a lot better. Loop menu. Tick. Take all, and then we're going to do get game events, send, resume game. Which will mean it will close the menu when you click take all. Resume game. Oh, it's G event resume game. not just resume game. Right, and then I think that's it. We're just going to call that done. So there's a lot of work on combat. That was... let's have a look. "19 streams of combat nearly." Can move off it now. Oh, we both died there. Well, look there, he's come back to life. What's going on there? He's dead, he's just not. Okay, maybe we have a bug to fix. We'll rebuild just in case. Alright, that'll take 2 minutes. Back in 2 minutes while this is building. Alright, let's see if we've got a bug. The guy came back to life. Could have been a build problem though. Or it could have been that we loaded the game. Mm. Thank you. Alright, we're just going to leave it at that. It's a good prototype. One of the things maybe though is we do want it to attacks to affect stamina, don't we? Which we didn't actually program in. Okay, that'll be on the attribute controller. We have the attack event. And then the source stats get combat attack level, attribute HP. What would it be? Combat stats. So it'd be something like data, EMPCID, hero, E-combat attack level. So he only has one attack level, which is just that striking with the sword, which is level 0. That's set, E attribute type, stamina. 10 to 15 maybe. And then we can deduct stamina. So auto stamina is that. And then we do stamina equals source AC modify source. Modify is source attribute E attribute type stamina. I'm going to modify as a dest. And then we want to go if we need to get it really. We need to get the, because we want to check that we can do the move. So we're going to if source attribute and source attribute controller can do work stamina. Let me do this. Source attribute controller do work stamina. All do attack equals false. So actually this happens when the attack has happened. So it's not quite here actually. Let's go back. The attack always has to happen. So the source attribute controller do work. Stamina. All right, so this is when the attack is happening. This will do the work, so it will deduct stamina off stamina bar. But we also need to not be able to attack if we don't have that's not working. If we don't have enough stamina to do the work. It's not built again. Why is it not building? This is really... It's done it about 10 times today. Thank you very much. Great, cheers. Maybe we're not quite finished with this because we need to actually, if we want to deduct stamina, we need to deduct stamina even when he doesn't hit anything. Yeah, I thought I was finished with combat, but it's not finished. Which kind of means combat attack. The dest and the attachment name can be optional because you might not be hitting anything. Interestingly. Let's see if it actually does work first. If actually stamina bar does go down. There we go, stamina bar went down. That's his stamina bar there. It needs to obviously regenerate. Yeah, interesting. So the combat attack. Maybe we do. So we set the hit event So I want to know, is this sends the combat attack event here. It will only send the event if it detects an intersection. So if there are no attack if you're not attacking anybody, actually so what does this come on? This comes at a combat state change. So I wonder if actually we want to send another event first, which is not it's independent if you hit anybody or not, which deducts stamina. Yeah. Okay. So these source modifiers, this is per entity that gets hit. So this source is going to get modified multiple times per entity, which is fine, I think, if it's attacking. Yeah, we'll remove the stamina stuff for now from here. This is literally HP. So we want probably rename this to on combat attacked. And then we'll have another one called on combat attack, which has just got the owner ID, and that can deduct the stamina. So this happens for each of the enemies that gets hit. So we want get game events, send G event, combat attack, combat attack, combat attacked. is pretty close in name. We'll keep it like that for now. Owner ID is the ID. So that sends a G event combat attack event. That gets sent whether it hits anyone or not. And then in the attribute controller now, you can listen for G event combat attack like this. If this ID is equal to e.owner_id. So let's just see if we start getting these events, not combat attack. Let's just see if we start getting these events every time we attack, whether we hit anybody or not. So here, are we not actually doing a ready event? So let's go to the combat controller, right? Tick. We're pushing an attacking ready event, so we could actually intercept that and cancel the whole attack. So the attribute controller could do that. So we could do something like U64 owner ID. It's just a playable character. Yeah. Execute playable character combat state change. So it's not an owner ID thing. Is valid. So we need to send a not enough energy event. We do this in other places. Get status. we can actually do get status, whatever that is. Get status for the combat attack state change. Just for the playable character though, not for the so we need to go, we can go E execute status, result is normal, right? And then we need to go if auto stats equals get combat stats controller get for get game state dot get playable character. Combat stats controller is not found, so we can actually include that. Depends if this can accept an NPC type. Not get. Just a U64, so auto U64 ID standard 2 underlying playable character. And then we want to go auto stamina equals stats how does this work again? Let's go back to the attribute controller where we do this. There it is. So it's source, so it's stats, the attack level, next combat attack level, E attribute type stamina. So that gets the stamina out. And then we can say if not, well, if auto attribute controller get game state get attribute controller ID, if not AC, can do work stamina. So we can do AC, do stamina equals AC, modify source attribute stamina, stamina. Can't do work, result is equal to not enough energy. And let's just see. I want to see how that translates through into the game. Make when we get a status of not enough energy, so it's the status on the harvest ground item. So we just get the attribute controller and we just push a not enough stamina event. This is on make ready execute. Okay. So let's just check we can actually get this. So look, it's not built again. Different from the original version. It's not building, is it? I don't really know how to sort this out. Just restart Visual Studio. All right. We can build it here. We build in a single file. Not there though. All right, well, we will look for people who are reacting to that. This is it. So this is if data status. How do we get the status out? E dot if, well, auto status equals data get status. If status is equal to e execute status normal, do that. Else, if status is equal to e execute status not enough energy, need to get the attribute controller, get game state, get attribute controller for the ID, AC push event, E event not enough stamina. Call this not enough stamina as well. Okay, so it should look, in theory, at the stamina bar before it does the attack. And it won't go from warming up. It might stay on warming up. That is a problem. So let's go to combat controller again. Oh, here we are, and we'll just see what states they're on. So when we push that event for not enough stamina, it'd be nice to actually play an animation there, which is like him struggling to attack. Which we could do when we actually get real characters in the game. Anyway, let's build this. So basically now we can just detect where are we? Yeah. We can't change the attack status. Attack state if there's not enough stamina. We maybe want to go only if we're going from warming up to attacking. So we might say if next combat attack state is equal to attacking, do that. So I'm just going to basically swing my sword till I run out of stamina. So it's not consuming stamina. Yeah, we actually need to consume stamina. That breakpoint I just deleted in the attribute controller here. So we need to go, it's basically the same code as in the ready state events one. Down here. This is this ID. This ID. And we're just going to go AC do work stamina. That'll deduct the work off. I'll do the work on the attack. Combat attack. We just want the current attack level. Is that stored in there? No. So if so, auto CC get game state, get combat controller, this ID, stats. CC and stats. CC get combat attack level. All right then. So in theory, he should deduct stamina until he runs out, and he shouldn't be able to attack anymore. It's not deducting stamina though. Ooh. The owner ID of combat attack is not us. No, it is. 11. So we cannot do work. No, it's if can do work, do work. That's it. No, we did stamina. We made him hostile, unfortunately. So we just keep going down now. Not enough energy. Okay, it doesn't put him down back to none, though. Okay, so... to wherever we're listening for this. And then we just do CC set combat attack state or clear combat attack state, basically. So we say there's not enough stamina and we clear his attack state. So now we'll go down. There we go. So there's just not enough energy. So my only concern with this is the this modified source attribute here on stamina is called 2 times, and if it depends on random numbers, which it probably will, it'll be 2 different levels, 2 different staminas. So we would do it there. What is this? Make ready, execute. So we do it here. And wherever we do the attack. Here, we do it here as well. Because this number is when it actually does the work. Might be different. To the ready state event version. So we could save out the status, the actual amount of stamina we're going to do here. We could have the stamina in here. And we set the combat attack state. It's quite a long way off, that's the only thing. So the modify source attribute we could like ID the attacks. You know what I mean? Could ID the attacks, which means if you get the same attack, we just return the same. We don't do any random number generation. So if if it's if it's a different attack, we generate all the random numbers, and then if we ask again to modify the source attribute, we return the same because it's the same attack. So that, if we wanted to generate an attack ID, it's where we set the combat attack state to warming up. We do something like if state is equal to warming up, current attack ID equals BM new ID. And at least we can get the combat controller out and we can say, well, this is part of this attack. So we just have U64 current attack ID. So it goes to warming up, it gets a new attack ID. And then on the attribute controller, we'd just be able to get the current attack ID. And if it's the same as our attack ID, we may as well just write this out. Because we'll forget otherwise. So we said like, if auto combat controller get game state dot get combat controller for us, and then the combat controller itself, we just want bool is current attack ID. Is current attack U64 test ID. And that just returns current attack ID is equal to the test ID. And then we can say if not CC well, actually, combat controller. We want U64 get current attack, which returns the current attack ID. And then we want to go U64 combat attack. And we're just going to say combat attack equals CC get current attack. So we say if not combat attack or combat attack, it's not equal to the current attack. Current attack is equal to the combat attack. Value or 0. And then we just let me just set all of them now. So we do something like if type is equal to stamina, I mean to save them all really. So we want an enumerate attribute, or just S32 E attribute type combat attack attributes like that. We just do combat attack attributes type equals base value. And then we return that. So actually here is where all of the buffs will be applied. The question is, do we need one for each of these? So this could be source attributes. And we might need one for the dest attack attributes as well. Which means hopefully then, for every new attack, we will just generate new attributes. And then if we ask for it with the same attack, it will just give back the same attributes. Which means we can call generate, we can call modify source anytime we want now. So we are calling it a bunch of times. There. HP. I'm calling it here as well. Okay, so let's just check this. Check this works. to get rid of these compile errors and then we'll check. Cannot convert enum to type, it says. Where's the problem listed? We delete it. Tools, debug window, view, problems. Where is it? Debug window. Other windows. No idea. Should say it here. Enum type eyes. It's definitely to do with these. So it cannot convert that to an S32, it's saying. U32. Not S32 even to an integer. That's interesting because we're doing it here. Convert from enum type to type. Because it needs to be a U32. Yeah, no, we can't do it. We can't put a literal there. That's why. Make it an attribute then. Yeah, we can't make that a literal. We have to just set it rather than assign it, I think. So that's range dot set to the base value. That's just dot get or range dot get. And that's range dot get. So we still have space to apply any buffs, but we're only applying the buffs once per attack. That's the theory. Rather than every single time we call this. And this is obviously here where the attacked entity can apply buffs. So the next thing to do, basically, like, stamina's got to recharge, and it's gonna recharge and allow buffs and stuff. So you might want to modify the recharge speed as well. Okay, let's just see then. I'm gonna just do a hit. I'm gonna just look at the time. Oh. Well, I'm guessing there that never built properly. Do a hit and we'll just see. We'll just follow these breakpoints and check that one of them should actually set the attribute. The other one should just get the one we've set. Right then. Or it'll crash with that heap corruption again. But I think the heap corruption is because it didn't build properly. So we'll just go over and attack him. Okay, so this is where we're checking whether we have enough stamina to do the attack. So we're winding up the attack now. Ready to attack. So we want to be able to do 14 damage. But we obviously, like, we might have buffs on us which affect the stamina. So now we're going to set it to 14, and then we're just going to return 14, and then the next time we come along to do this call is on the literal attack itself now. So now what I want to do is not actually regenerate it. Yeah, it's just going to send the stamina one 14. Awesome. We'll do 14 work. Alright, so it's not quite that. Oh, so it's per. It's a bit more complicated because we have different attribute types. You can't just check on the attack ID. We need a combat attack ID check per attribute, I think. Yeah. So the current attack ID, needs to be per attribute. The attribute needs an ID basically, which is the current attack ID. So there's no point saying current attack ID. That doesn't make sense. It's per attribute. So we need struct attribute attack instance, which comes from attribute. Well, we don't actually need it to come from attribute. Now we can do eAttribute type. Unknown. Yes, there's two value. And U64 attack ID. Like that. And this is actually attribute attack instance now. So this is combat attribute source attributes type dot attack ID is not equal to combat attack. And that's the value, it's base value, and that's just value. It's just dest. See if we can build that up then. So now this is per attribute. So hopefully when we come and set the HP one, it still allows us to do that. Let's go up and do an attack now. Okay, so this should basically now, so stamina has on it 15. And then we're going to come through again and we're going to get the stamina back out. Which is 15 still. Right. And then the HP one should still allow us to set the HP value to 11. Stamina's on 15. Awesome. And then we're doing another one now. Who's this? So this is the Spidean doing the attack. So it uses the same system, basically. Okay. So I need him to calm down a bit. Okay. So now I want to do another one. Need to get him calmed down. Whoops. I want to attack him. It's a different attack this time. So stamina has on it. Yeah, this is working. Nice one. And now I'm dead. Awesome, that's great. Okay, so the combat controller now. So all I kind of want to do is regen the stamina. Tick the attribute controller. So attributes, stamina, attribute type, stamina, range, increase. Is that right? No. Dot. So I think I want to change it to basically a maximum. As long as changing is false, which means t equals t max, I think. So we want bool is changing. then T is not equal to T max, strictly less than T max. If not, T attributes, E attribute type stamina range dot is changing. Change to value. We'll just do auto stamina. Attributes, E attribute type stamina dot range. If not, stamina is changing. I'm going to change to value stamina min max maximum over 10 seconds. Let's just see what happens here. I'm going to have to go in 10 minutes. What I want is to still be able to knock the stamina off. And then if you're not knocking it off, it starts to grow again. Over 10 seconds. 10 seconds is kind of wrong though. It's 10 seconds times stamina dot scale target scale. What is that? Min max scale with target. I think it's that. So that'll basically it'll be 10 seconds if there's no stamina left. If there's half the stamina left, it'll be 5 seconds, I think. And this will be charging up the stamina if it works. And obviously this value of 10 is the thing that we would change if you buffed, if you increased or decreased charge, the time there's a buff that decreased the time that stamina took to recharge. You could apply it right here to this 10 value. Okay. So we'll just put a little bit of, we'll just put a breakpoint here, and so it's going to try change it to maximum. The value is already maximum. So if we hit, it doesn't look like it's going up. Who is this? This is the spiding creature. There we go. This is the hero. So it seems to be going up. Doesn't look like it is though. So it's going from, it's nearly 100 it says. It's just not drawing it. It's at 99. Definitely not drawing it though, is it? Okay, let's just do 1 second. Increase by 1 over 1 second. Okay. Didn't actually increase to what? Oh man. So we want the stamina attribute. Experience, AP, level, strength, stamina. Target is 100. 99. This should now set it to look. Maybe it needs to come first. I think it picks up the change on the next frame. Anyway, I'm going to try this and then we'll have to sign off for the day. Back tomorrow though. Totally isn't doing it though. Attributes, stamina. I think it's because it does it. doesn't apply it till next frame. So the value has to... So basically on the next frame, it's going to actually set. So the value has to equal the target 1 as well. Is that right? No, it's just t equals t max as if it's changing. So in the next frame, it would set it to be 100. So that might work if we were to do this ahead. Last try, then we're going to have to go. Get this to build. Oh. See you later. Good evening. Yeah, I'm in tomorrow. Yeah. So that's not worked either. And it is 100, look. It says it's 100. So I wonder why it's not showing 100 on the bar. Maybe target naught needs to. Obviously that stamina, obviously his attribute bars don't work the way I thought they do. Anyway, I'm going to have to go. But yeah, it was a good stream. Nearly finished combat. I'll be back on tomorrow at about 9:30 in the morning.